Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship here at Donington Park. It's our 7th weekend of the season, and there's all sorts of drama waiting to be witnessed ahead of 3 races for the touring cars today. Plus, we've got a full bill of support series coming your way, starting off in a few moments' time with the Porsche Carwow Courier Cup Great Britain. That's going to be 19 laps ahead of us. And at 10:20, the Veritools F4 British Championship certified by FIA, a 20-minute race. 10:55, the Marion Motorsport Mini Challenge Trophy, 20-minute race. 11:30, we're back on air with commentary as the touring car pit lane opens ahead of the 11:45 KwikFit British Touring Car Championship 14-lap race. 12:25 is the K7 Championship UK 20-minute race. Before then, we have a 50-minute lunch break from 12:55 till 1:50. Before also, if you're at the circuit at 1:05 to 1:35, you can have the BTCC pit lane walkabout and autograph session. So make sure you get down there to meet all your favourite drivers. At 1:50, racing resumes with the Porsche Carwow Courier Cup Great Britain race, 19 laps ahead of us again. At 2:30, the BTCC pit lane opens for race 2 at 2:45 UK time, 14 laps. Omi on commentary for that one. Then you can join us at 3:25, Veritools F4 British Championship certified by FIA, their next race. 4:05, the Marion Motorsport Mini Challenge Trophy, 20 minutes. Ahead then of the K7 Championship UK at 4:40, a 20-minute race. The last race of the day, pit lane opens for the British Touring Car Championship at 5:15. Lights out at 5:30. The green light is on, though, for the Porsche Carwow Courier Cup Great Britain race. That's underway with Callum Vosin leading away down through turn 1. The racing action begins. We turn you now to the music as we'll be back for the touring car races later on. Enjoy. Hello everybody and welcome to the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. We are almost set to go for the next round. Let's send you down and join Louise Goodman on our grid walk.
Second race in succession. As we saw yesterday, you've got a car that's really quick enough for pole. You got the race to pole win yesterday. Do you have to adopt a slightly different mindset? Because without being rude, it's been a while since you've expected to be consistently at the front, hasn't it? So what's your head thoughts as you're sitting here?
To be honest, the same as yesterday. You know, it's just do the simples right. Just get a good start, try and get to turn one in the lead, and then just build from there. You know, just feel the car underneath you for the first couple of corners, make sure the tyres are up to temp, and then just try and build on it. You know, me and Dan have had a chat. We're going to work together. We know what we need to do. Like I said, just do the simples right, and hopefully it'll be smooth sailing from there.
So tell me a bit more about the plan. I was going to ask you about that because obviously you've got a win under your belt. Dan hasn't got one yet. What's the team play here? First man to the first corner gets the win, or tell us?
Maybe. I will say, like I said, it's easy to talk about and plan it in a truck, but until those green lights go out, it could all change in a blink of an eye. So we just have to make sure we do our part right, and then we'll sort of settle in from there and try and manage it as best we can.
So we had the 9-lap race to pole yesterday. We've got 5 more laps today. It's also slightly warmer. You've got the hard tyre to contend with at some point, obviously not for this race. So what are the differences between yesterday and today in terms of car performance?
It's, like you said, the extra 5 laps, especially around Donington, is tricky because this is the hardest track on the calendar for brakes. So another 5 laps and you will really be feeling the brakes starting to go off at the front. You're getting a long pedal, you've not got the stopping power you had before. So as nice as it is, being out in front will have an advantage because you're getting the clean air, you're keeping the brakes a bit cooler. So that's the goal. But yeah, an extra 5 laps. We're still in the best place on the grid with people around us with TTB. So yeah, we just have to maximise what we can. You know, we're in the best position, got the best amount of TTB, we're on the right tyre. It's just a case of getting our head down and going.
Cheers. Have a good one. Right, from a man who had a great day yesterday, let's boomerang down to the back of the grid. Paul, who is with a driver who it didn't go quite according to plan.
Yeah, thanks, Lou. With Daryl DeLeon. Daryl, there's a lot going on, mate, down here. Like, so much information gets fired in your face. You're on the radio. I remember back in the day, mate, it was just literally one mechanic going, do as best you can, mate, we'll all be behind you.
Yeah, well, I'll follow that advice, Paul.
Not the best of days yesterday, fella. And it's not been the best season, but the pace in the cars there, you just had some terrible luck, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't gone the way we wanted it to. Yesterday we were running inside the top 10, battling for around P8, but then an electrical issue out of our control forced us to retire. So a bit unfortunate, but there's 3 races ahead of us today, mate. So we're on the hard tyre this one. Going to do my best, and then hopefully we can. Hopefully you can have a chat with me when I'm a bit further up the grid.
I'm sure you will be. It actually says what your tyre compound is on the screen. That's quite an interesting thing to see. Do you forget sometimes, or you're a bit like, oh, I've got loads of sliding going on at the rear, must be on a hard tyre. Why have you got it on your screen?
Yeah, sometimes you forget and look down and you realise you've got the hard on. So, yeah, we'll have a... I mean, it might be difficult, but I'm just going to try and absolutely get myself forward because that's what touring cars is about, mate.
And the last sector here is probably the BMW strength, isn't it? And people watching at home might wonder why I'm saying that. Why is it the BMW strength around here at Donington GP?
Well, we're the only rear-wheel drive car on the grid, so the 2 last corners, the 2 hairpins, when we pick up the power, it just favours us with the rear-wheel drive, you know, ability to have the car squat and go. But even, to be honest, Paul, looking at the sector times, we struggled a bit. So, yeah, it's meant to favour us, but we've like we said, our pace is you know hasn't been that ultimate this season. But the guys and girls at WSR, they're an amazing team. we're working hard, and we're working hard to be back where we should be.
Top man, sorry, I've got to cut you off. We're going to boomerang back to Lou. Good luck.
Thank you, Paul. And I know I've got time for just one very quick question with Josh Cook, who only did one lap in free practice yesterday. So to put the car P3 in qualifying is a really good result. How are you going to compare with the Mercs just ahead of you?
I don't know really. They were pretty quick yesterday, but I think they were quite hard on their tyres. We heard Adam saying that he's a little bit worried about what his brakes are going to be like, so that's good knowledge. So yeah, we'll see how we get on, but hopefully we can move forward.
Good stuff. Have a good one. See you out there. Right, we're going for a break. Race 1 coming up straight after that.
Thanks, Lou. Thanks, everybody down there on the grid. Race 1 is coming up shortly, and we can't wait to get started with Adam Morgan on pole position and Dan Rowbottom in second for the catacleaned Mercedes team. Now, obviously, we're not allowed to talk a lot around the whole Plato Racing situation due to the legal implication. So all we can say is the facts. Plato Racing entered administration during the previous week. That has now resulted in Jason Plato leaving the team. Cataclean have stepped in. They are running and owning the team and running it this weekend, and they've got a 1-2. Now, we've just heard in the last half an hour, Jason Plato has put on his Twitter account, I will be making a personal statement regarding Plato Racing at midday. We'll bring that to you live here on air. So if you want to stay with us here for the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship at midday, which is during the race, when his two drivers that he chose in a team he built probably will be leading, he'll make a statement. So we will bring you that update at midday. Let's take you to the championship, though. Ash Sutton is on 334 points. Tom Ingram is on 250. There's an 84-point gap. Dan Camish on 239. That's 95 back. Ash Sutton, who starts today's race, by the way, after not a great day yesterday, he's fourth on the grid, and that sounds like, oh, it wasn't a good day. No, it wasn't. He had to fight hard during the qualifying race to start fourth overall. He looks to be wanting to take the win and the lead. He did well here, of course. Won race 2 here last time out at the season opener. We were at Donington. He stands a chance of being crowned champion at Silverstone. Now, we're all British Touring Car Championship fans here. When was the last time you remember a championship being crowned that early? I can't. Last time a championship was crowned at Silverstone was 2011. That was still the last day of the season back then. So it's been a long, long time, but it looks like it could be an option. Ingram's going to try and fight him down, but we're running out of laps. It's rounds 19, 20 and 21 today. After this, there's only Croft, Silverstone and Brands Hatch Grand Prix left. A total of 9 races. So we'll see how it's all going to fare out. Right now, though, we're gearing up for round 19 of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. And myself up in the box. Sorry, I tried to get that sneeze not going on air. Omi will be taking you through race 2 later on. I'll be on race 1 and race 3. Race 2, of course, affecting the Dutch Grand Prix, which is annoying, really. But hopefully Formula 1 doesn't clash that much in the future. I know Singapore's going to clash with the last weekend. JT, I think, is going to be trackside, so we'll see how that goes. Next year, we've got a whole new lot coming in to help out with support series as well. But right now, we're gearing up for the start of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championships day of action. It's round 19 of the series. The track is dry, 28 degrees is the track temperature. Air temperature, bright at 17 degrees. Looking super strong as well. That's a key factor, and that's a key nice run. As we'll see what is going to happen. Let's send it back down and join Nikki Shields before we pick up the commentary, as we're going to say hello to David Addison and to Tim Harvey on the other side of this as the cars leave on their 1 parade lap.
It's round 19 of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. Let's go to our commentary supremos, Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nicky, thanks very much. Green flag lap is already underway. Drivers trying to get a bit of warmth into the tyres, ready for this first of 3 races on the full 2.5-mile Grand Prix circuit. It is a very nice, sunny August day here at Donington. the cars making their way then from Redgate onto the top of the Crane and Curves. It is going to be Adam Morgan who starts on pole position. Teammate CPRL Dan Rowbottom lines up alongside him. And before we go much further, let's quickly check in with Charles Rainford, who has got some work to do in this from the 8th row. Charles, yesterday was all really unravelled with brake dramas in official qualifying, wasn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately so, Dave. We seem to have really good pace in the free practice session, which was very positive, I think, even lacking boost. I think that's the best performance I've had whilst lacking boost. So learning all the time, as we say, still very new to this championship. But yes, exactly that. Unfortunately, had a caliper line let go on the second push lap in qualifying. After I was a very silly boy and went over track limits in the first lap. So, so one of those, you say, bit of work to do today, but I think we're going to be absolutely fine. We have a quick race car, and a lot of people have chosen the hard tyre. So I think it's going to be an interesting race, as I always say. But it's touring cars; it always is interesting, isn't it?
Indeed. Now you just come down the Crane of Curves where there was a bit of oil spilt from Sam Osborne's car. That's been treated. Is the track surface different?
Yeah, 100%. You know, the surface still isn't like it is with normal tarmac, so you'll see a lot of dust being kicked up by cars on the first lap, I'm sure. You know, it's always not the best thing to be on, but if you have to be, you have to be. It's just one of those things.
Excellent. Charles, good luck.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone enjoys this one.
We always do, as my microphone wouldn't work there. Right, let's take you through how they line up on the grid then. 14 laps ahead of us for round 19 of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix Loop. Row 1 is an all-Cataclean CRL Mercedes front row. That is going to be with Adam Morgan and Dan Rowbottom. Row 2 is Josh Cook alongside Ash Sutton, both on mediums. Row 3, Dan Camish, Gordon Shedden on medium. Row 4, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Tom Ingram on hards. Row 5, Sam Osborne, Dexter Patterson, mediums. Row 6 is Ricky Collard and Aidan Moffat on hards. Row 7 sees Chris Smiley and Mikey Doble on hards. Row 8, Charles Rainford on hard, Dan Lloyd on medium. Row 9, Lewis Selby and Ryan Bensley on hards. Row 10, Lewis Gilbert on hard and Nick Holston on medium. Row 11, Chilton and De Jong on hard tyres. And Nick Hamilton, 23rd, on row 12, also on hard compound tyres. We welcome you up to the commentary box. Hello, everybody. How's everyone up to? This is going to be a really interesting one. But I think this is going to be lights out time. Who's going to win? Who's got the mentality? We know the Cataclean Mercedes, which are really Plato racing, let's not be fair, are going to be on the front row. They look strong here on the national circuit at the start of the year. They look just as strong here now. The atmosphere building, the tension rising. That explains why we haven't been hearing much of the audio. There we see now Tom Ingram coming into position. He lines up further back on the grid. Let's just turn it over to the correct timing screen for you. There you are. Lining up at the back. Morgan, Rowbottom, holding it in now. We've gone 5 minutes later than we originally planned. That's due to the minis had a red flag before we came on. So, Ingram lining up further back on the grid. He's in 8th place. Sutton's in 4th. Chilton at the back after a spin early on. 5-light procedure. When they go out, we will be rocking and rolling on the Grand Prix Loop here at Donington. Green flag at the back. And eyes to the lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pause. Lights out. We're racing on the Grand Prix circuit at Donington with a good start from Rowbottom. Good start from Morgan. They're going to lead. Cook's trying to come to the inside line down towards Redgate. Cook might have second position. Rowbott's going to try and hold the outside. Sutton is just waiting to see what's going to happen. He touches the back of Josh Cook as they come now down over where the mini challenge had the red flag. There's a lot of oil now all the way down the Crane of Curves towards the old hairpin. And there's a big kick of dust up. Morgan leads. Josh Cook second. Sutton up to 3rd. Robo down into 4th position. And then we get Sutton, and now again trying to attack for 3rd. Car off. It's one of the LKQs coming back on. I can't see. It's Mikey Doble. Mikey Doble going off wide as well. So just having a little bit of a change. But so far, so good on this opening lap of the race. Only a few little run-off areas. Doble now in 14th place. I'll see where he goes. Ryan Bensley's dropped down the order as well. But it's going to take a little bit of time. 23 cars, remember, in this one. Yeah, it was Mikey Doble. Up now to 13th position. Who's moved on? Darren de Jong's dropped back into 22nd position. We'll see if it was him at the start. Into the chicane now, the back half of the track. The 77's off the track somewhere on the monitor. That's Osborne. Osborne's transponder's not working. And the safety car's out. Is Osborne out of the race? There's lock up from Rowbottom, retaking down on the Melbourne hairpin. Now Sutton. Sutton's going to try and go around the outside. They're side by side. They race until they see the safety car boards. Sutton is ahead. Sutton is definitely ahead coming into the hairpin. And the safety car gets called and Robo's ahead. So Sutton arguably should have gone ahead. There's the safety car boards. Now we'll stop racing as they come out of Goddard's and onto the start-finish line here. So, have we got Osborne and Gilbert? They're the two who have not crossed our control line. So, I think Osborne is in the gravel trap somewhere around the lap. So, all what I said about all clean is not actually the great stuff there. So, safety car is out then on lap 2 of 14. The race gets extended by a maximum of 3 laps, depending on how, if we spend 3 laps behind the safety car. Oh, it's a big accident here. That's the 29 of Gilbert with... That's a huge accident. This is going to be a red flag, not even kidding. That is absolutely destroyed number 29 down into the chicane. The BMW front is all smashed up. The doors are hanging off. There's mud everywhere. That car has rolled. No ifs or buts about it. That is that. I want to see a replay right now, but that is surely a red flag. There is so much damage on the circuit. So Gilbert, I wonder if that's down at the chicane. Well, we're getting into that part of the track now. It's 9 and 10. No sign of the race being stopped. We haven't had a red flag this year in the touring cars. We've actually got away with not having a stoppage to the race. Right, here's a replay. This is down into the Melbourne hairpin, and this is Rowbottom. Sutton defends on the inside. Rowbottom locks up and goes through. We're looking further back. We understand there's a second incident. This is down. So this incident's happened down at the hairpin. Oh, and Gilbert's under braking, and he's hit the barrier massively. He's destroyed the Armco barrier. The car rolls over on 4 wheels and does a complete flip down at the hairpin. My goodness me. That is a horrific accident. And lucky that Gilbert is out of the car, but the track littered with damage. The Armco is damaged. This is going to have to be a red flag. As the field's coming out into the last corner, I'm fully expecting the race to be stopped momentarily. So Gilbert gets clipped by Tom Chilton coming down into turn 11, and that was a momentous flip. It's like Robin Kubica's crash in Canada in 2007. Gilbert side by side, one ball with Chilton. Chilton goes straight. Gilbert comes across him, and Gilbert's forcing Chilton towards the wall. Chilton's got nowhere to go. Gilbert gets flagged, and then the rear of the car, the rear right, whacks into the barrier, digs into the grass, flips over onto its side, and then barrel rolls over. I knew the car had gone over due to the damage. Here it is again, look. So down under braking. There was the lock-up for Robo. Then we see the accident further back. Gilbert flies towards the barrier, rotates over, and then flips over on the front and does a complete 360. That reminds me of Rob Collard's crash back in 2014 at Silverstone. Really shocking. Now, I can't believe that they haven't stopped the race yet. I can't. They've got a lunch break, they've got time to deliver it, and we've got time to get a race restarted, but that barrier's damaged. There's a lot of debris on the circuit, and we're putting these guys straight through it again. So, let's go through the order while we wait to see. Adam Morgan is leading, with Josh Cook in second, Ash Sutton is in third, Dan Rowbottom fourth, Dan Camish is fifth, then it's Shedden in sixth position, 7th for Taylor Smith, 8th Ingram, 9th Collard, 10th Patterson, 11th is Smiley, Moffat 12th, Doble 13th, Selby 14th, Lloyd 15th, Chilton 16th, Rainford is 17th, De Jong 18th, Bensley 19th, Hamilton 20th, Holstead 21st, Osborne's out. We still don't know what happened to him. He stopped in the first sector. And then we got Gilbert flipping over. Is the driver okay after the flip? Lewis Gilbert did get out of the car under his own steam, and he is okay. He's walked away to the medical centre. So, yes, I can confirm, Wesley. Hello, Wesley, by the way, watching. That Lewis Gilbert is okay. But there is the barrier damage alone. I can't believe we haven't stopped the race yet, because the barrier is completely destroyed. It's an Armco barrier, and then we've got grass and gravel everywhere. It's just unbelievable they haven't stopped it. Maybe they're trying to get a duration here, but the safety car can be extended by 3 laps. We've had 3 laps behind it, so this would now take it to 16, 17, 18 lap total, 15, 16, 17 laps. They still haven't moved the car. They're having to drag the car away, and they've got to. I know it's a long lap here at Donington, but we're wasting laps. They've got to red flag this. That car is it's a scrap dealership now. The rear door's off, the rear structure's crashed. It's a saloon BMW that's been utterly wrecked. That car, that's Gilbert out for the rest of the weekend. Arguably, that might be Gilbert out for the season, because cars are hard to find here in the Touring Car Championship. You have to get them homologated, and that is utterly, utterly destroyed. Barrier is damaged. That's going to need repairing, and it's a Marshall post as well, so that's got to be... It's an access point, so that's got to be made safe again. They've pulled Gilbert. If we go green, I'm going to be furious. Really furious. We can't go green. Where are they going to put the car? Behind the KwikFit barrier? Surely not. They are and all. They're putting Gilbert's car behind the KwikFit barrier, and they've left the damaged barrier sticking with bits of Armco that could pierce the cockpit. What are we doing here? What are we doing? I'm flabbergasted. I don't believe this. This is a red flag situation. Right, what happened? This is, Rowbottom overtook under the safety car. So I think Sutton has now been given the place back. Sutton has now been allowed to take 3rd position ahead of Rowbottom, because at the time of caution, Sutton was ahead of Rowbottom, and they did that immediately. They did swap that. So nice work from Robo there and the team. At the time of caution, he was ahead. Yeah, Sutton was ahead. Yes, we can, yeah. Sutton is now P3. Well, the safety car still out. I can't believe they haven't noticed the barrier. This is not good. If the Mini's got red flagged for the oil, I can't believe we haven't stopped this one. I don't know why we haven't. 2 minutes until Jason Plato's announcement. We'll bring you Jason's tweet live here on JBMotorsports. As soon as we have it, we'll explain to you. If it was NASCAR, red flag would happen. I agree, Wes. I do, yeah. If it was NASCAR, that would be an instant red flag to stop the race. And I don't know why we haven't. We only have limited laps here in a touring car race. And that is an emphasis for a stoppage. We're coming through now the Fockety S's, down into where they are still repairing parts of the track. I think it's dug in a drain cover or something or other. They're now shoveling it away. Oh, and they've put Gilbert's car behind the Heineken bottle advertising down there. Oh, this is ridiculous. Just stop the race. We're now eating into race time, because we've had the 3 extended laps now. We now start lap 5. They've not elected to stop the race in order to give us the maximum restart time. And we've got the lunch break to sort of catch up with the day's action. And I'm not sure why we're taking it. We've now spent 8 minutes under the safety car. 8 minutes have been done under this pace car. And nothing. It's ludicrous on race control. Absolutely ludicrous. Right, let's just turn the camera off for a second to show you the race control. There's the information that shows the safety car. Let's check in with ITV under the safety car.
Of 2.5 miles, and the easiest way to build it up was just to put this loop on around the back of the paddock. Championship-wise, as we stand, this would increase Ash Sutton's advantage to 91 points over Tom Ingram. For as long as Ash is ahead of Tom, he's pulling away in the championship.
Yeah, and that's the only thing you ever need to focus on. Every race now, as we go to the end of the season, is regardless of where they are, who's finishing in front of who. And then it'll be a case of totalling it up at the end of the day after the 3 races and a different strategy, because we've got a different strategy this weekend. Now we know that Ingram has started this race on hards to see who's going to come out on top.
Getting that harder tyre out of the way early on, perhaps, is the thinking, as Adam Morgan on the medium tyre, the faster tyre, turns through McLean's corner, still behind the safety car. Remember, we're looking for the lights to be extinguished atop the safety car. That's the indication that we'll go racing at the end of the lap. The weaving behind is getting a bit more vigorous now. Yeah, that implies that they know it's going to be coming in anytime soon, and the weaving will have to stop. The hard tyre is about 4/10 of a second slower than the medium, 4 to 5/10, so it's quite a bit. Safety car lights, I think, are
they
out,
are. Safety car lights are off. Wow. Now, that's not genius, folks. That's sheer dumb, because there's a barrier damaged, and they've just moved the car behind a bollard. I'm really shocked. It's midday, by the way, and we're refreshing Plato's Twitter. Nothing's happening just yet, but we're coming to a restart. There's still gravel and debris on the apex. Come on, touring cars and MSV, what are you doing? This is absolutely ridiculous. I don't get it. Race will be extended to 17 laps, but that is stupid. Absolutely stupid. Green flags are out. The safety car boards are in. There's no overtaking until we get to the restart zone. Morgan knows this, and he's not going yet. The green flag's there. We're racing again at Donington Park. Morgan brings with him Cook and Sutton down to turn 1. Ingram's trying to look around the outside as well. So it's Collard. Collard's trying to look around the outside of Ingram. Is looking around the outside of Taylor Smith into turn 1. Collard's having a go at Ingram in towards Redgate. Can he get through? I think he can, you know. Ingram's not got the best line here. Ricky's backed out of it, so he's playing the team game. Morgan holding off from Cook. There's a bollard flying up. Sutton trying to go down the brakes down into the old hill pit. Trying to get out of Josh Cook. Hasn't done so. So just missing out a couple of places there. What an awesome restart we're seeing so far. Nothing on Jason Plato just yet about his post, so we'll keep an eye on it to see if he'll put anything on. He said he'd be making a personal statement. We haven't seen it yet, but still, meantime, Cook and Sutton up to place. Rowbottom down 2 from where he started at the moment. The top 6 drivers are all on medium compound tyres, so they've got the momentum to carry on through as Ingram tries to ground the outside. Coming into it, and then we've got another safety car. Chilton's off. Safety car out again. Tom Chilton is off the road somewhere in the second sector because he's stopped. Look on the driver tracker. As Collard tries to go to the inside line of Ingram, we race it and see the boards. There's the control from safety car, and safety car boards are not. There we go. And Chilton stopped, exited turn 7. So Tom Chilton stopped. Oh, is he got going? Yes, he has. He's got going again. He's control alt deleted, and he's got going. So they've thrown the safety car a bit prematurely there. Annoying fly around. So Chilton's car again, the Team Virtue comes to a stop, but now we've got a safety car as Chilton's got his shades on. Safety car again for safety car's sake. Now as Chilton had a spin, there's Dan Lloyd ahead of him. Dan Lloyd replacing James Dorlin for the remainder of the season with Restart Racing. So Chilton just had no power coming out through. Yeah, so coming up through past the into McLean's, he's got no power. The engine turned off and he's got nothing left, no revs left. So the safety car's out and it'll be out for another lap, but then it'll come back in again. Let's go to IDV.
Restart, and off he goes.
So it should only be a brief safety car interlude. Tom Chilton trying to play catch-up. Again, the mark of the professional was that while he was going through all of those dramas, he was getting out of everybody's way. He had the presence of mind to get off the racing line and get as far to safety as he could. So safety car on track, and no doubt race control will be on the blower to Team Virtue to say, look, if this keeps happening, you need to get the car in. But you don't know if it's going to keep happening.
No, but it's a big danger, because if it cuts out in the middle of a pack, it's a real danger. Now, if it was a piece of flapping bodywork, he'd have the meatball flag and have to come in. But he has a known mechanical problem or electrical problem. So, yes, whilst the car is going now, there's nothing to suggest it couldn't stop again.
Indeed so, and that'll be the conversation, no doubt, going on as the lights are out on top of the safety car. And the other downside, of course, of Tom Chilton is he's never going to quite catch up to the pack, so he's going to be in no man's land.
Well, that's true. At least he isn't racing with the other cars, and it becomes a test of the car, doesn't it? Well, Adam Morgan's getting very used to these restarts. He had 2 in yesterday's race to pole.
Yeah, the safety car's been deployed more times now than it has in the last few weeks. Anyway, right, are you ready? Then we will go again for the 3rd time. Here, we're going to have a restart. The race won't get extended by any more laps because it's already been extended by the 3 maximum. 15, 16, 17, there you go. Morgan hits the restart zone. We're racing again here at Donington Park. Sutton under attack from Robo. Taylor Smith trying to look on the inside line of Gordon Shedden. Ingram going around the outside of the 2 Laser Tools cars into Redgate. Can't find the acceleration at exit. Morgan continuing to push. Cook still P2. Sutton and Rowbottom. Oh, and the top four kicking up loads of dust coming down the Craner curves in towards the old hairpin. Sutton's up to third. Through we go again. Chilton now is still far behind, but we'll catch up the field momentarily. Now, we are waiting for Jason Plato's statement. It hasn't come through yet. He said he'd be making a statement at midday. It's 5 past midday. Then again, he's truly like a politician, isn't he? Prime Minister, oh, hang on a minute, I'm going to interrupt myself to bring you the news that Mikey Doble making him in on his teammate of Moffat. And now we've got side by side Ingram and Collard. Collard on the outside. Ingram gets an touch. The two teammates touch coming through the chicane. And through goes Collard over the gravel. Ingram's going to come back round the outside of him down in towards the Melbourne hairpin. Late on the brakes. Collard stays ahead of Ingram. And now Patterson directly behind him as well. Just trying to hold on mentality. Morgan leading from Cook, Sutton, Rowbottom, Camish, the top 5 as we turn in again. And that's the LKQ. The teammate battle again going on as Doble swings on the outside line, still holding off from Moffat in P12. Dan Lloyds looks like he's got no traction coming out of Goddard's, and he's under attack now as well. And Lloyd really under attack from Charles Rainford, who dives on the inside line at Redgate, and Rainford is through. Lloyd's going to try and come back on the inside line for a sweep. He's driven this car before, of course. He was with Restart for a time last year. He's side by side coming through Hollywood, down through the Craner curves we go towards Old Hairpin. Rainford sees through on the inside line and squeezes out. Meantime ahead, that's Dexter Patterson getting ahead of Tom Ingram for 9th position. So Tingram's Tash still not helping him. Speed at the moment, isn't it? It's still holding him back on the mentality. Lap 9 of 71 here. Morgan leading from Cook, Sutton, Rowbottom, Camish, Shedden, Taylor Smith, Collard, Ingram and Patterson now. Well, actually now Patterson's up into 9th place, isn't he? So Patterson 9th, Ingram 10th. Stunning race here at Donington Park. Just as we like it. Through the chicane. Sutton defending again. Rowbottom just holding in on the line. He's out of boost for this lap. Sutton goes defensive. Rowbottom takes the outside line coming into the hairpin. Camish under attack from Taylor Smith. Time penalty for the 7. False start. That's Ryan Bensley. So Bensley's jumped the start and he's now been given a time penalty by the stewards as a result of it. So not the greatest of things to happen to him though. What a fantastic race this is, even though it's been interrupted by pace car after pace car. Sutton and Rowbottom battling over 3rd and 4th position, gap 0.2 of a second. Sutton's still ahead, but he's dropped back to Cook. Cook's now 0.8 back off of Morgan. Adam Morgan continuing to just hold the advantage at the front. Has Jason Plato made a statement? Answered no. Come on, Jason. I wonder if the lawyers have got involved and he said, no, don't make a statement, Jason. You're not allowed. We'll keep an eye on it. So everything that's been rumoured to be happening around with the Plato Racing team, we just hope that everybody involved is okay mentally, especially Jason Plato, who has mentioned about his struggles with mental health over the years. We send our best wishes to him as well. Lovely bloke, absolutely lovely bloke. So, gravel now at the exit of the chicane. That's affecting the racing line a little bit. That was caused by Ricky Collard being with Ingram a few laps ago. Morgan still now with a 0.8, oh, he's 0.8 of a second advantage, I think. Yeah, oh, it's increased. Josh Cook has dropped on that lap alone 2.4 seconds back. So Morgan, 1:33.654 last lap time, compared to Cook, 1:35.282. Where did that come from? As Lloyd getting past now on the track. What a battle. Absolutely loving the touring cars today. And I hope, oh, hang on, that's Josh Cook, that's Josh Cook, that's what's happening, Josh Cook's got a problem, that's why he dropped 2 seconds of the line, Josh Cook is slow, Josh Cook is dropping down, coming through the Craner curves in towards the old hairpin, We were wondering why he was 2.4 seconds back and what happened. Josh Cook has got some form of issue. The Toyota has got no drive. If Josh Cook didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. That is so upsetting. I really, really feel for him there. That is absolutely ridiculous. So, road bottom now sensing a 1-2 for Casaclean in the black Mercedes cars. Formerly Plato Racing. Still got a bit of purple on them, which is nice to see. Robo trying to go around the outside of Sutton down into the Melbourne hairpin. Still nothing going on down there. Is it the Adelaide hairpin or the Melbourne hairpin? I can't remember. I think it's Adelaide hairpin, isn't it? Can't actually remember which one it's called. It's one of the Australians. The Adelaide hairpin. Anyway, that's what happened to Josh Cook. Just got a bit barged and he's been dropping down massively now. Oh, Cookie, I'm so sorry. Looks like he's out of it. It's the Melbourne hairpin. I was right. I thought it was the Adelaide hairpin. That'll make more sense. Anyway, you've got through now the Hollywood, down through the Crane of Curves towards the old hairpin. Then it's past Starkey's Bridge, McLean's, Coppice, Starkey Straight, the S's, Melbourne hairpin and Goddard's. And then the Wheatcroft Straight. Wheatcroft, of course, Lord Wheatcroft used to be owner of this estate. Josh Cook is the Connors Village of the touring cars. I think, yeah, I'd argue, yes, he is, really. Black and white flag for the 15 and the 88 for track limits. So they've started to come through. Selby now trying to go around on the attack. He's battling with Aidan Moffat. Moffat's backed out. I think Rainford fancies a look on the inside line coming through into McLean's up towards Coppice before the straight. And he's through. Moffat goes through. So, slowly, catchy. That's how today's going. Rainford's still going on the attack. He's trying to find a position through. And Selby's defending him hard down towards the S's. Down towards the Fogarty S's. Rainford's on the outside. He's made the move stick. Very nicely done. I wonder if Jason's going to be waiting until after race 1 to publish the tweet. As Josh Cook, it looks like an overheating clutch on that front there. Yeah, it looks like an overheating clutch to me. And how much is sort of dropped back early on. So, lap 13 of 17. Morgan leading Sutton. Row bottom, Shedden has more drama now starting further back. Still trying to hold on to this race. Incredible action today.
To go, Morgan is 4.5 seconds clear. There he is, coming down through the Crane of Curves. Sutton is still second, Rowbottom third, and Gordon Shedden fourth. Has fallen away by length, but I still suggest you shouldn't rule him out.
No, definitely not. Could still close up towards the end of this race. I think Sutton will go for as high a finish as possible. Possibly. He's outscoring Ingram comfortably. Ingram down in 9th.
And there off the road is
That's
Darryl de Leon.
Darryl de Leon going off the road now. As I just have a little bit of a sneeze. It's not easy when you're a solo commentator. So Darryl de Leon going off down at the old hairpin. I'm going to take a little bit of time off the circuit. What awesome racing action we are seeing here, though. Lap 13 of 17. Morgan, Sutton, Rowbottom, Shedden, Camish, Taylor Smith, top 6. Top 15 score points here in the touring cars. Remember that. Stick around, though, because race 2 is coming your way at 2:30 UK time. Race 3 at 5:30. All British summer times, of course. That does mean that our IndyCar coverage is slightly different. Touring cars takes priority. As soon as that's done, though, we're over to IndyCar straight away. Although IndyCar will have a pre-show still from about 4:30, 5 o'clock-ish. So nothing too different's going to change on your viewership count. But yeah, NASCAR's going to be the hardest. IMSA's going to be a bit of a weird one today. Apologies for that. IMSA's timing towers will be a bit strange, as a heads up. Lap 14 of 17 then. 24 minutes in already. The safety car really has put it. Track limits now, cars 22 and 80. Track limits turn 10. So more lap times coming through for black and white flags. 2 safety cars, though, really did extend this race duration. over what we wanted it to be. It's now been over, what's the current race distance time? It's a long one, actually. We're now 25 minutes, something like that. Yeah, 26 minutes coming through. Average lap time in a 1:33. That'll put us over to 26 minutes 15 by the time we finish this lap time alone. So it's going to be about a half an hour race, which is on the long side for a touring car. Now we're seeing Aaron Taylor-Smith under pressure by Dexter Patterson. Meantime, that's a lock-up from Taylor-Smith and Patterson down at the Melbourne hairpin. Trying to loop it back together before coming in towards Goddard's. And Patterson's backed out of it. I wonder if he's got a bit of a problem there, actually. He's just lifted off. Dramatic. Look at the gap that Morgan's got. 4.498 seconds. Absolutely incredible stuff. Lock-up now coming in for Chris Smiley, who's on the attack of Rainford. Then Moffat. This is over the battle for 11, 12 and 13 places. Smiley should be on the attack still, coming into it. Still no message from Jason Plato. Hope we can bring that to you before going off. As soon as we get it, we'll tell you about it live on air. So stay with us throughout the day here on JB Motorsports. Omi's got race 2, of course, coming up later on. As we're now seeing again, Rainford blocking out everything. Smiley again. It's attack, 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 isn't it? I don't know if that's a good or bad thing coming into many respects as well with this series. Sort of gives you a 50-50 approach. Oh, there's a lock-up further ahead. That was from Ingram. Ingram locking up down at Coppice. Now, Gordon Shedden trying to go for third position against Rowbottom. Rowbottom's rear's sliding out. Now, they're both in the medium compound tyre. Black and white flag for the 28 for track limits. That's Nick Hamilton, who's up into 17th place, by the way. Nick Hamilton, if he gets past De Jong and Lloyd, he'll be inside the points. So Nick Hamilton might actually get some points here. Gap between Morgan and Shedden on the last lap comparison was 0.2 of a second, but in reality, it's 6.4 seconds that Morgan's pulled out to the top 4. He's 4.5 seconds clear to Ash Sutton, who's in second position. So Ash from 4th to 2nd from the qualifying race till now. He'll be on the front row of the grid. Morgan, though, will be on pole for the qualifying race, race 1 and race 2. If things go on like this, and I think he's going to win it as well, unless Sutton gets a storming start. We're in for a very feisty race 2 as, whoa, Shedden touches the back of Rowbottom coming down through the crater curves. He goes to the inside line through the old hairpin, and through goes Gordon Shedden as he comes up past Starkey's Bridge into third place. Flash Gordon is P3. Yet another podium coming for that man. That's absolutely tremendous stuff. Really strong start then. And you've got a feeling that Gordon is going to be back in business in the touring car as a championship challenger pretty soon. That Toyota, that Laser Tool's looking good. Aaron Taylor-Smith also should have been looking good this year. He's in P6, but it was so much hope at the start of the year, and then everybody just saw the new Fords, the Ford Focus Titaniums, and it's just, whoosh, out you go. Brilliant. They're even a year early, those cars. An extra year, they had to get special dispensation to run them. And I think everybody's regretting agreeing now, because it has been such an awesome race season from Sutton. So many victories. Finally, the Mercedes seems to be challenging them. Oh yeah, JC's just said, I see Tom Chilton murdered Lewis Gilbert. Gilbert's okay. He's out of the car and okay, but it really has been a whack and a half for him today. He's not going to be in the rest of the weekend. I'd be amazed if he gets actually everything else. So this is the final lap then of race 1 of the day. Morgan will win, says Wesley. I think you're right. I honestly think Morgan's going to win race 2. He's taken away with this one. Ash Sutton, he might have he's got Redgate. If he's not passed at Redgate, it's different. Also, what tyre is going to go on? Because don't forget, the top 3 now are going to be mandated to go onto the hard compound tyre for race 2 as well. So that's going to affect the balance a little bit. Less push to pass as well in terms of the hybrid boost per lap. But it looks like we're going to have the day ticked over quite nicely As we take a look now, this is still Chris Smiley trying to have an attack on the back of Charles Rainford. Coming up into Coppice, not going to work as we come down the back stretch. Adam Morgan is into the Melbourne hairpin, and he'll be coming up to the line. There'll be yet another race win this season for Adam Morgan. It will be victory number 2 after he won at Knockhill, as Robo gets forced out by Dan Camish for 5th place. All of the noise in the last few weeks, no matter if it's Plato Racing or Cataclean, they're still quick. Adam Morgan wins round 19 of the QuikFit British Touring Car Championship. Ash Sutton is 2nd, Gordon Shedden is 3rd, Dan Camish is 4th, Rowbottom 5th, Taylor Smith in 6th, Patterson 7th, Collard 8th, Ingram 9th, Doble in 10th, Moffat 11th, Rainford 12th, Smiley 13th, 14th for Selby, 15th for Lloyd, and outside the points was Darrell de Jong, Nick Hamilton, Ryan Bensley coming in, Chilton and Holstead out, Cook, Osborne and Gilbert went somersaulting. That was a very interesting round 19, and no matter if it's Plato Racing, Cataclean, that car in the Mercedes is quick, and Adam Morgan goes P1 and his 2nd victory of the year and gets the fastest lap. That is a very, very nice victory. Round 19 goes to Adam Morgan. Let's check in with ITV.
Few days, there's going to be a great reception for him when he gets to his garage, that is for certain. And Adam, after this weekend, goes into historic race mode for Alton Park next week, where he takes on his dad, Russell. They've got a Mini and a Lotus Cortina to play with, and they'll be on track together. Here's the replay of the Dan Camish lunge, and he goes up the inside. Rowbottom tried to close the door. Camish was coming.
Yeah, Camish was already there, and this is the contention.
I'm going to bring you, we've got the update, we've got the statement from Jason Plato. We have the statement here. Earlier this week, I learned that my involvement with the company and the racing operation that I created back in July 2025 had been terminated. I was removed from my positions as CEO, director and team principal without warning, explanation or discussion. The decision has left me stunned and unsettled. My backing for the team remains absolute, even though I am no longer involved and will not be present at Donington Park this weekend. I hope the drivers and team personnel enjoy a successful race weekend. Plato, that's what he said. So, yeah. From that, take from what you will, but to me, I'm sure you at home, that feels one particular way, doesn't it? But, that's what the statement says. I hope Jason Plato is okay as we look as the results of this round. Adam Morgan, as I said, was victorious as we look through it, but I just hope he's okay. That is not nice at all coming through. Let's go to ITV.
Based those on the hard tyre. Dexter Patterson, a good result. 7th from Ricky Collard, Tom Ingram and Mikey Doble to round out the top 10. Gordon Shedden, the winning independent in that 3rd place. Outside the top 10, Aidan Moffat 11th from Charles Rainford and then Chris Smiley. The last points going to Lewis Selby and Dan Lloyd. Darrell de Leon was 16th ahead of Nick Hamilton. Ryan Bensley's penalty put him 18th. Tom Chilton's travails left him 19th ahead of Nick Halstead. And Josh Cook had his gear leader drama. Sam Osborne didn't start, and Lewis Gilbert was a retirement early on with that spectacular crash. So as far as the championship now looks, Ash Sutton 94 points up the road from Tom Ingram. Dan Camish 3rd, Adam Morgan 4th ahead of Ricky Collard, Dan Rowbottom, Charles Rainford. The top 10 completed by Mikey Doble, Josh Cook and Gordon Shedden. But Adam Morgan has been the man absolutely rocketing up the order now. 4th, he was 6th overnight, he's now up to 4th, and he's becoming quite a threat for the top 3 in the championship right now. So the way that he's going, impressive, as he goes now through the technical checks. Adam, as ever, wide-eyed, eyes forward as the car is rolled onto the scales, all the data taken by the TOCA technical computer. And then the car will be allowed forward to the Parc Fermé area. So Mercedes, Ford, Toyota, 3 different brands within the top 3. scales moved. The engine will fire up. Adam will drive it down to the Parc Ferme area. And he's getting quite good at this after having done it in the corresponding race at Knock Hill. And now here at Donington Park as well. Adam Morgan then arrives at the stop board as the race one winner. Tire pressure's checked. And go through the process of unplugging everything, undo the belts, the window netting, and eventually he'll clamber out of the car, a very happy man, and expect a big, big cheer to go up from the rest of the CPRL team who'll be standing by. Out he gets, and Adam does get a big cheer and is a very happy man indeed. It's another win this year for Adam Morgan, and he'll tell us all about it after the break.
Well, thanks very much for your company then here tonight, chaps, as well. We're going to hand you back to the music as we get ready for our next race of the day. That is the Caterham 7 Championship UK. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, you stay where you are. For Twitch, we're going to head over to Formula 1 shortly. But right now, we'll hand you back down to the music. We'll be back with Omi for race 2 at 2:15. Bye-bye.
Welcome everyone to the second race of the day for the British Touring Car Championship as we get all set and ready to go at Donington Park. This should be quite a lot of fun if, well, the opening event is anything to go by, and if the opening race of the day is anything to go by as well. The drivers then will move away onto their formation lap, and let's see what is going to take place. I'm Omi up here in the commentary box, and let's have an absolutely fantastic, enthralling and good touring car race. Hoping for a bit of a classic, like we know the British touring car can deliver time and time again. So let's see how this is going to go. We have got lots of great contenders in the field who have had mixed seasons. Of course, it's always Ash Sutton, the one you've got to keep an eye on, but then you get different contenders emerging. So it's always a roller coaster, a British touring car weekend, and a British touring car day as a whole, with race 1, race 2, and then race number 3. Of course, at the end of this, we're going to find out how the grid is going to be shaped for race 3. So I'm looking forward to that. Because race 3 is always the one we always look forward to. But for now, we're going to look forward to this race. Adam Morgan is next to Ash Sutton. They're both on hard tyres. Shedden is on hards, and then it is Camish on mediums. Rowbottom and Taylor Smith also on the medium tyres. They share row 3. Patterson is next to Collard, also on the yellow wall medium. Same applies to Ingram and Doble, row 5. Then it's Moffat and Rainford, same for them. Then it is Shelby and Lloyd there on the mediums, and then Darrell DeLeon and Chris Smiley are following in that trait. Hamilton and Bensley are also on those medium compound of tyres, and then we have Holstead and Chilton. Then it is Cook and Osborne. They are on hards in 21st and 22nd. And then we're going to find ourselves with the field. Oh no, coming to a halt. So we have had a issue out there on the circuit. And that's Osborne. Osborne has come to a halt, and the marshals are already arriving on the scene to sort that out. Osborne then with trouble and with issues, and will not be taking the lights as things stand. That is a big shame for Osborne. So you've got the mediums and you've got the hard compound of tyres. Can Sutton try go on the attack once again? And how are the drivers going to fare? It's going to be a very interesting race, this. Looking forward to seeing how things are going to play out. They're trying to get rid of Osborne's car right now at this moment in time. We move away then towards the grid very shortly. Of course, quite a challenging circuit. A bit of a long circuit as well when it comes to duration. So the drivers have a lot to try and get right. One mistake can punish you. And that's why we're taking quite a long time here for your parade lap, because it does really go on and on. We'll have 14 laps for you in total. It should be a good, quick, classic British touring car race, and I'm excited to see who is going to be the master and who is going to come out on top. Run down towards turn 1's very interesting. Just want to reiterate for anyone just joining us, we had a big crash earlier, but luckily the drivers were all able to walk away. Of course, you never want to see a car going upside down and wide. So we have had quite a chaotic day so far, as Ash Sutton does some burnouts on the way to the grid before he lines himself up in second position. And these are the nervy moments then for those in the field. It'll be Morgan on pole. Sutton will be alongside, then Shedden, then Camish. Hard tyres for the top 3, remember. So can Morgan try pull away? Can Sutton try go with him? Will the top 3 get attacked from someone in behind? Well, we're very nearly ready to find out exactly that, everyone. This is going to be very exciting. This is going to be quite a lot of fun. Right. Cars are lined up then, on the grid, in position. It is time for round 20 of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. The lights are about to come on here at Donington Park. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red lights on. lights out, and we're underway with a good reaction time for Morgan in the initial launch of the line, but Sutton is going to be going with him, and he's going to try and go all the way around the outside down towards turn 1. It was a great launch initially for Morgan, but Sutton in the second phase was able to beat him, and now they're going to go side by side, wheel to wheel. Morgan versus Sutton at this early stage of the contest now. Lap 1 of 14, and it's Sutton who gets ahead. Bit of carbon fiber going flying further back. That's late on the brakes as well. So you've got Shedden trying to make a move, and he is trying to fight his way by. So it's very much moments of brinkmanship at this early start of the race. So Sutton was able to get through. He's got the lead. Taylor Smith is in the mix further back, and battling away with Rowbottom as they try and keep it clean. We've luckily avoided some of the chaos that we saw earlier on in race number 1. Sutton, Morgan, Camish, Rowbottom, Taylor Smith. Shedden dropped 3 positions. Collard went up. Patterson went up as well. As we see, still continuous side by side. Sutton may have the advantage. Morgan will try fight back. That is for sure. So you've got Morgan definitely trying to go on the charge. And he wants to retake the advantage. We go down towards the braking zone. So, in towards the corner. Are they all able to make their way through on the exit there? So, a few cars running wide. We've seen the grass kicked up in the background, and they're going for it now late on the brakes. So, we've got a battle between the top 3, and then you've got battling in the mid-pack. Chilton, one of the cars involved in trying to go on the attack as they hit the anchors then. Lap number 1 complete. On towards the second tour. Out of 14 we go. Rowbottom very much pushing at this early stage in that middle sector. So that was very much interesting to see. Oh my word, it's really close. In the background, that is going to be Collard making a move, and he's going to get past Moffat. So Collard makes a position up. And then we check in with some other drivers now in this field doing battle and going side by side. Look at how tight this is. Ingram, we're used to him running nearer to the front of the field, finding himself with a few troubles today, definitely. As they scrap their way through. Patterson, Ingram, they've all moved up a position, so is Shelby further back, and that's very close to contact in the background. So that is going to be Collard in the 11. Who was very nearly finding themselves in bigger trouble. They go through the chicane. And now we make our way down the straight. Battle incoming for second place. Here comes Rowbottom down the inside. And it's going to be wheel to wheel between the teammates. Through goes Rowbottom and up in towards second. So Rowbottom has fought his way up. Camish now is going to be the next one trying to go on the attack. As they make their way through. And oh, it's really, really close to that final sector of the race. Cars are about to be everywhere. So you've got your leading group making their way through. That's a late lunge on the brakes by Camish and up to 3rd position. Morgan not having the corners that he would have wanted. He is finding himself dropping down the order at this stage of the contest as we dip downhill. The fast turns left, right. Such a big part of this Donington Park circuit. I was getting ready to bring you some of the chaotic 3 wide, 4 wide that was going on further back, and then we had to cut over to Camish, who went absolutely late on the brakes. Meanwhile, the Cataclean Mercedes is on the attack. Rowbottom trying to utilize the mediums to take himself past the hards. So the mediums making maneuvers. Shedden dropped down massively. He was the first driver to come under attack, and now here comes Rowbottom then. With the medium tyres attached to his car, he's going to try and make a move as soon as possible. If not, Camish is going to get a great chance as well. Meanwhile, we'll go side by side further back down towards the chicane. And oh, it's really close. They're all over the road. So, losing out is going to be Patterson. Patterson comes off worst. Through goes Taylor Smith. Meanwhile, Camish is battling now with Rowbottom. So, Rowbottom finding himself with trouble as they try and keep it together and they try and keep it clean at the moment. Back down the straight we go. As they hit the brakes, they hit the anchors. Lap 3 out of 14. Oh, it's really close through the final braking zone on the circuit. Right, another tour of the contest begins. So the race that we're looking at so far is can Rowbottom try and make a move on Sutton? They're battling amongst themselves while they do exactly that, which is the fun thing for us. So even if they can fly by, it seems like they're going to battle amongst themselves as they try to do exactly that. So, the top driver is very much in formation. Shelby, by the way, has been given a penalty for the, well, at the moment in time, that's for a false start. 10 seconds for a false start have been awarded to Shelby. Wherever you might be watching us from, it is great to have your company. Thank you for choosing to watch the British Touring Car Championship. Let's hope we can entertain you with some overtaking and with some battling. Here comes Collard. Meanwhile, change of lead at the front of the field. We expected it to come in eventually. Rowbottom has got ahead of Ash Sutton. So Sutton loses out and through goes Rowbottom to the front of the field. But Sutton tries to come back on the outside line. Is that going to open the door? Sutton will try to get the cut back. Camish is going to go, well, try go through as well. Meanwhile, they're battling for fourth. So, Morgan, Taylor Smith, and Ingram now joining the mix. So Ingram trying to go through. Camish now sends it late on the brakes and he moves up to second place in the race. So, Rowbottom and Camish are your new top two. Ingram trying to get his foot flat to the floor. Morgan is going to be the car that he'll be battling with. Your new top two then over the line. Rowbottom and Camish. The next drivers to attack Sutton will be Taylor Smith, who gets ahead of Morgan, who is ahead of Ingram. Extraordinary scrapping away. This is in the Touring Car Championship as they kick up the dust. We've had a few accidents, a few quite big accidents. We had a red flag in the Mini earlier, of course, alongside our race one that we had, which got interrupted as we head through the braking zone. Oh, it's really, really close. There are lots of drivers going on the charge and on the attack. Camish, can he try and stick with Rowbottom at the front? Is Sutton going to be getting an opportunity, I wonder, to go, well, just maintain that third position? Of course, he started in a second, took the lead away from Morgan, who has also dropped down on those compound of tyres so far. Back down towards the big braking zone, towards the end of the lap, the final few turns. So as it stands, Ash Sutton leading the championship by 98 points. So 98 points is what he's leading it by. A few track limit penalties beginning to, well, warnings rather, sorry, coming, beginning to come through at the moment in time. We come through the, well, downhill section as they all love kicking up the dust here at Donington, don't they? As Ingram's trying to make a move, so I'll come back to that point in a second. Ingram looks for it up against Taylor Smith. So Ingram to the outside line. Outside becomes inside of that part of the circuit and he's gone past. Okay. It's close between the leaders. So what I was mentioning, of course, you know, just the racing line through there, it usually lends itself to the dust being sent to the drivers in behind. Meanwhile, it is time to get a battle for the lead. Here comes Camish trying to get past Rowbottom. Great fighting ongoing. We make our way by, and Camish once again towards the outside line. Here we go. Another chance for Camish. Well defended from Rowbottom at this stage. So he can't get through. So this could be a great battle long term in this race. Does Camish now pull towards the outside line? Battle on the brakes once again. Tries to get the cutback. Oh, it was blocked off. It was blocked off by Rowbottom, and through goes Camish to take the race lead. And now Sutton might be on a different tyre compound at this stage, but he's surely going to try and get involved as well as they send it over the line. Halfway mark of the race. Does Sutton get through? So Camish, Rowbottom. Sutton tucks in behind. And that is a dramatic fight for the lead. Absolutely dramatic. as they try and make their way through. Oh, they're all over the road, as in very nearly dipping it into the grass. It's the touring car way around this Donington Park circuit. Right, what does Ingram have up against Sutton? Many times we've seen Sutton been the one chasing down Ingram in races to take the lead away. Today, different strategies meeting in the middle. Sutton is off the ideal racing line now. Ingram tries to send it a long way round. Is he going to be given room at this stage? As they go wheel to wheel, Sutton maintains the advantage. Ingram tucks back in and now looks to try and make a maneuver. Outside line, inside line. No opportunity and no way through. Down towards the chicane. So he's assessing things. He's assessing his options. At the moment in time, 7 out of 14. And it's now 0.6 of a second as Rowbottom tries to fight back. I'd love it. I'd love a long race battle for the lead. I'd absolutely adore one. As they will make their way by. Let's take a look at a replay if you are synced up with us. Oh my word. Dramatic and then some. So, a little tap given. So, it's basically where you brake early, try to get the cut back. That's what Camish is doing. Rowbottom was there. So, he gets pushed out wide and then he has to defend from Sutton. Phenomenal. Phenomenal race, this one. It's poised in a great way where you've had different contenders hit the front, but then you're getting battles. I'd absolutely adore if we could get a bit of a last lap fight here. Would be a lot of fun if this one goes all the way till the end. Whether that will be the case, we're going to have to wait and find out. Ingram versus Sutton is still a main talking point in this race. Cannot count either of them out. As they try and use some of that boost to make some maneuvers. So, a driver who's made some good progress in this one is Chilton, up 6 places. Ingram's also made a lot of good progress as well. He's up 5. And he's having quite a solid race at the moment. As they try and keep it clean, they try and keep it together. And then they'll make their way through the final sector eventually. And then over the line, which is where your leaders are. As we head down towards T1. I've seen a lot of great single-seater action there over the years. That's, of course, what I usually typically commentate. It's great to be with you, though, for this touring car race. Of course, filling in while Mr. Birch calls Formula 1 and all of the drama and chaos of that race in the Netherlands. We, however, have our own bit of touring car action and touring car battling as they try and take alternative racing lines. And Ingram, as he finally got the chance, oh, I thought he was going to be able to dip down and make that move on the inside. Meanwhile, a move is being made further back, and that's Patterson getting past Taylor Smith. So, back over to Sutton and Ingram. Ingram trying to use a little bit of that boost that he's got available to just get close. He's trying to use it tactically. So he's trying to use it in a way where he can get an overspeed, as that would be very much in his favour in towards a braking zone. So that's the aim. That is very much the aim at the moment as things stand. As they make their way through. Oh, it's getting close in the background. Getting close for comfort. Lots of different drivers battling it out. 9 out of 14 is your lap distance. Make that 10 out of 14 now. We are seeing a great race take place with quite a few lead changes so far, and the aim will be that, well, can we continue that on in towards the final laps? Gaps extended to 1.1 second So I think the likelihood of that is that Robotham might get into a phase where he begins to think about settling in at some point. All speculation, do not worry. That's not what he's committing to just yet. We just do not know. But yeah, Robotham still has things in his favor. Okay, Ingram is getting aggressive as he tries to get past Sutton. Locking up the tyre, hunting, trying his best to hunt for this position at the moment. And here we go as well. Sutton up to second place. Robotham loses out and he's down to third. Could have been fourth. Ingram tried to capitalize, but he couldn't do it. The wipers going off on that on Robotham's car, so I think he might be trying to get rid of some dirt or something that's possibly got onto the windshield. But a bit of a switch in position then has come in. So Robotham from the lead at one point, now in third, possibly at risk of losing positions beyond that. There's definitely a chance that he might not even remain there because we've got other drivers going on the attack. Right, okay, what's going to happen then? Lock up, of course, for Ingram, as I mentioned. It's a very weird line. He just had no speed. So he took a very compromised line. For some reason, took a very compromised line. I don't know why. And somehow then, he lost the position because he had no speed off the corner. I mean, I can't explain the first bit, and I can't explain the second bit. We're gonna need an expert to analyze that. What happened there? Did something cut out for a second for him? Because that is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable stuff as they try and make their way through. The touring cars is delivering, everyone. There is a reason why you choose to join us, because you want to see some fun, entertaining racing. And what are we going to get? What is going to take place? Well, it is soon time to find out. Through the final turn. Once again, over the line. 3 laps to go, including this one. Time is running out, so you've got to sort out the order now. Sutton, who was at risk of falling off the podium, now is second. Now I think he'll feel quite satisfied and feel quite pleased. I'm very sure. I think he'll feel quite happy, personally. I would say. Regarding the fact that he's finding himself much more higher up the order. We'll stick with you for the grid draw, because I know that's a big part of the broadcast and for this race. So stick with us. Do not leave us. Do not leave us one bit at all as they make their way through. And this is absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Motorsport racing across today. Of course, we've got the Formula 1 still ongoing as well at this stage. So, definitely tune into that after this to keep an eye on what goes on there. But for now, Robotham versus Ingram is our attention in the British Touring Car Championship. I was about to read you through what else is going on right now in motorsport on the channel for you guys to come watch. But no, we've got the IndyCar later on. We got, of course, NASCAR later on. We've got Formula 1 on right now, so go after this race to that. I mean, also another option, stay watching this with some music for the other support series, and then Mr. Birch will be back with you for the touring car commentary later on. So, yeah, there you go, everyone. Well, I had to quickly squeeze that in, or I don't know whether I'd be able to, because the battling in the touring cars just means that there's no guarantee. Seriously though, there is no guarantee about what will happen when. As we make our way wheel to wheel then, let's focus in on a fight. This is going to be Patterson, Collard, not a lot of room for margin as they make their way by. Oh, it's close further back as well. So Collard battling with Patterson. Meanwhile, Ingram chasing down. Ingram trying to make the move on Rowbottom as we make our way down towards the corner, and he's done it. He's up to third position, and the battle is not done yet. Further back, Patterson and Collard still involved in the scrapping. Ingram up to third, finally at long last. He has that position. A shame, because he would have definitely thought he could have gone after Sutton and got it finished ahead of Sutton. But things have, well, the cards have definitely worked in Sutton's favour, and he's always been in the right positions at the right time. Round the outside goes Collard. He's still not done with Patterson. This is a phenomenal battle that continues to go on. We might be done for third. We aren't certainly done for fifth. Down towards turn 1. We're on the final lap of the race. Inside line for Collard, and position right now belongs to Collard. But now can Patterson try and do something to reply? Can he try to do something to have a response? Oh, this is going to be entertaining, everyone. Get set and ready. This is going to be quite a lot of fun. But meanwhile, while that goes on, we'll be moments away. We will be moments away from getting the winning moment for the leader in Camish. Camish is inching closer to that. And what a deserved victory it would be as well. After making the moves, De Leon, Rainford, same livery, battling away. And they are going to go wheel to wheel as well. So it's going to be very interesting as they continue to do battle. 14th tour of the race, the final lap as well. Camish is going to be making his way down towards the braking zones. The final corners is what lies ahead for the number 27. Dan Camish takes the checkered flag and brilliantly wins here at Donington Park. Sutton got close in the end. Ingram in third, Rowbottom, then Collard, then Patterson, and then Taylor Smith as they come over the line. And who else is going to be in what positions, I wonder, as they continue scrapping away. So it was Taylor Smith, Moffat, Morgan, Smiley. Oh my word! And there's a fire there. There is a fire there to the 1-2-3 car. That is Lloyd. Marshall straight on the scene. Goodness me. That is a big fire a few moments ago. That was horrendous. The brilliant Marshall team there, however, putting it out, because that is not what we wanted to see one bit. But yeah, hopefully Lloyd was able to get out of it. But it's been a chaotic day. Cars have been getting destroyed. And it is going to be an exciting and a thrilling race number 3 later on. That'll be this afternoon. That'll be coming our way. So some fantastic battling. And some fantastic battling, as I mentioned. Lots of great side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel stuff across the race. I was just about to actually read you through the results. We'll wait a second and we'll wait a moment to do that. But goodness me, that was quite something a few moments ago. And let's very much hope that, well, that car is not a complete write-off, because when you get a fire like that, typically you would expect for it to be a complete write-off and for it to be in that way. So yeah, complete disaster. Okay, we're gonna take you through to the we're going to read you through the results right now as it comes up on screen, so we'll do it now for our viewers that are synced up. Dan Camish is the winner, Ash Sutton in second, and Tom Ingram third, and then Rowbottom fourth, Collard fifth, and then Patterson in sixth, Taylor Smith in seventh, Aidan Moffat eighth, and then we find ourselves with Adam Morgan in ninth, and 10th position in the order went to Smiley. De Leon in 11th, Charles Rainford in 12th, and then Shedden, Chilton, Cook, Bensley, Shelby, Hamilton, Doble, and Holstead is your second page. after the incredible fighting and scrapping that we've seen. And then Lloyd finishing a lap down and catching on fire, so not being able to greet the checkered flag. And then Sam Osborne finding themselves with trouble very early on and very much in the race as well, as they make their way then down towards the as they make their way down towards the park permit area, of course trying to make sure that everything is okay. But that was an absolutely phenomenal touring car race, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the season is going to have, continuing when it comes to tomorrow as well. So that's how the order finished. I'll quickly run you through what races are coming our way today, as I'll get that information very much sorted for you at the moment in time. Because we've got plenty of racing and plenty of things for all of you guys to try and enjoy. And that's always the case on a touring car weekend. There's always so much on, isn't there? Always so much on. So this is what we have when it comes to Sunday. So on Sunday, we're gonna now, after this race 2 that we've just had, we'll have the Veritools British F4 Championship, and then we'll have the mini challenge, and then we'll have the Caterham after that as well, and then we'll have the final touring car race, and then guess what? We'll be done for the day, and that'll be it for all of the action here at the Donington Park circuit, the GP version, of course. As we wait to try and get a grid in a few moments' time, I do want to quickly talk about and just discuss a little bit about British F4, because that's the next race. I think it makes sense to do so. So in the British F4 Championship, the championship leader is not participating this weekend. Dries van Langendonk. He is not with us, and he is not here this weekend. Now, the reason is because he's been banned. Now, the belief is, the reasoning is that it's due to penalty points. However, the interesting thing is some of the regulations of British F4 and of Motorsport UK as a whole do not completely add up. So as the British F4 commentator said yesterday, if you were listening to the commentary of it on the actual field, it's not completely ideal. The team and the drivers, they all got told about what had happened. Yeah, they all basically got told about what had happened after they'd done some testing. Basically what I mean by testing is effectively it's F1's practice sessions. It's your collective testing, it's your practice sessions for the weekend before we do qualifying and that stuff. They'd done testing, and then the team were told. And there's also some questions. There's also some questions that have been sparked because technically he didn't get any penalty points in the latest round. So why has it effectively come in now? And then there is some other drivers you could make a case for that also have more penalty points in some ways and haven't been banned. So the whole situation in British F4, there's a lot of investigations and a lot going on. I'm personally unsure about whether there has been an appeal or not, but I think we will very much find that out very, very shortly in terms of that, because I think for the championship leader to be banned, I don't think he'll be too happy, but once again, they do have a bit of an advantage, so they may not argue it, they may just win it, but I think it definitely does ruin reputation of British F4 as a championship, and also all other parties like that. So we're gonna see. The British touring cars love having the British F4 Championship. A lot of the drivers love racing in the British F4 Championship, but the simple way is that so the simple way is that, you know, of course, if this is possibly gonna ruin a driver's chance of reaching F1, or there is a chance of possibly rules not being followed, I'm sure the drivers won't be happy about that. So for the future drivers, and also McLaren, remember, it's their academy driver, it's the first protege of Max Verstappen as well, so you've got to really be careful, and you've really got to you know, like, be clear on the rules, I think, if you are Motorsport UK. So they're going to have to come up with something, I think, to keep future drivers happy, keep current drivers happy, because there's also been some decisions, for example, Donington round 1, when we started the season, at turn 1 today at Redgate. All the way back then, we had a collision where Dries was penalised for something where someone else hit him. And I don't think there was anyone who I saw that said it was Dries van Langendonk's fault at that moment, because it simply wasn't. Someone attempted, it was Theo Palmer, who looked for a bold move, and all the other drivers also came in his defence and basically said things like that it wasn't a penalty, etc. And then, yeah, so that's basically the whole situation on that. So that's the situation in British F4. That's the race that's coming up in a few moments' time. So we're a few moments away from getting this underway and getting started with the grid draw. And then we'll figure out where they're going to start. And where will drivers be. So looking forward to this. And checking the order. So the weekend results are definitely looking strong so far for some of our drivers at the front, because I think they've consistently shown that they can, you know, get to the front of the field. But yeah, so of course Louise Goodman has just spoken with our winner, and basically while the other interviews go on, they'll be on their way, and then eventually we'll get a grid. I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of said grid and of said order in a few moments' time. Okay. Tension continues to build. Then, honestly, the tension does build. We might have been racing right now. We're obviously not racing at the moment, but finding out, you know, future grids, etc. It is very, very exciting that, you know, you get the race winner to pick something out of the barrel, and that is how we sort out the grid. I find that absolutely extraordinary, and I find it remarkable that is something that goes on. So it's definitely a very interesting format at the moment in time. I'm just being asked by JB if I'm okay. Yeah, I am very much okay. It's a lot of fun calling British touring cars, and it is a great championship. I'll be honest. I haven't been given classics, I think, some of the times. I do feel like JB gets a bit lucky with the races that he gets to call. And he luckily is able to time the ones which aren't the most exciting and aren't the most thrilling at every moment. But no, he's got a Formula 1 race to call as well, which is why he's not with us. And it's a shame that most touring car weekends are clashing with F1, and there is a direct clash with race 2 basically every time. We'll have the same issue, I think, at Singapore, but let's hope for the future that something can be done about it. I think the overall goal for motorsport should be less clashes. The better I think everything goes. Team Virtue, Tom Ingram, results of 9th in race 1, but 3rd in this race. And I'm happy that he was able to get himself up there, and that he was able to make the moves, because it's a driver that you always expect nearer to the front, so it's always exciting and always thrilling. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to race 3 later, depending on who's going to have to make overtakes, who's going to be granted the positions at the front. So many question marks, isn't there? It's so fascinating to see how everything is going to go as we will make our way then through these early stints of interviews. The top 3 are about to basically be done. So in this time, don't worry, we're not waiting, as in we're not delayed. Let's just say this time is basically being spent at the moment with the race winner basically making his way onto to join Louise. Louise is the one speaking. So to join Nikki Shields, I should say rather, to draw the grid and to be able to, you know, find out how much work is there to do? Okay, here we go. I have a race winner. Dan Camish has got a barrel in front of him. Has got Nicky Shields to the side. And he doesn't know it, but he's got me voicing over this, commentating over this. This is not something that usually happens. But here we go. The hand goes in, and he gets ready to pick a barrel. Is it going to be 6th? Is it going to be 12th? Oh, he's got a number. He opens it up. Oh, it is 10th position. So, well, that's more on the side of lucky for drivers like Somali Morgan. It's not worked out, however, at all. It's not, of course, worked out too much for Dan Camish. It's more on the more work side, basically, Dan Camish is going to have to do. Okay, well, that is it for this touring car race. That is British Touring Car Race 2, round 20 of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. And we will get all set and ready to go racing later on. Next up, it's the British F4 Championship.
Let's go down to the grid and join Louise Goodman.
End to your comeback. That was a scary moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was actually my first ever car fire, to be honest, so adrenaline was definitely going. The car was okay up until that point, and then all of a sudden, lost power, alarm, smoke coming through, feet getting hot. It's a case of looking for the closest marshal post. As soon as I stopped, pressed the fire extinguisher, flames were coming up, but it's too late by then.
And too much damage done well, I guess the guys could have done a quick repair job on the car, but not necessarily a safe repair job on the car, so you couldn't really risk that, could you?
Yeah, fire's probably one of the worst things because it breaks down the wiring loom, but in this instance it actually did damage to the brake lines as well, and they could have given it a go, but risk versus reward, it's better the car going back to the workshop and being done properly.
Well, being done properly for Croft, which is your home circuit, you've had some fantastic results there in the past.
Yeah, I think I've had 3 wins there. Love that circuit, and pleasure to be back, even without the fire. Yeah, it's great to be back. Enjoyed the racing. I've had loads of support. Not the comeback that I'd hoped for. Set the bar very low, so hopefully, yeah, we can come back to Croft and do much better. And fingers crossed for Chris. Done a great job for today, and hopefully can bring home a result for the team.
Fingers crossed. Let's go and have a word with him. I know Dan was saying to me earlier on off camera that he's learned a lot this weekend that really will help him when he gets to Croft. This is interesting. So I wonder, can I dive in and have a word? Yeah, he's giving me the nod. Matt Neal, who obviously works alongside the team, just slide in front of him. So Chris, pole position, always a nice place to be. How are you feeling? How's your day been going so far?
Yeah, today's been a bit of a strange day, to be honest. Last night after qualifying, we were pretty optimistic, with the car, and it felt too easy. It felt too easy last night to pick the medium tyre for race 1 this morning. I was kind of hoping the day would come right for us at some point, and yeah, we stuck to our guns, and yeah, we've ended up at the front with the preferred tyre. It hasn't been easy to get here today. We had a slight overboost in race 1, so we think we're back to 16th or so. We got ourselves up to 10th for race 2, and yeah, here we are now. We're sitting pretty at the front.
You could have done this luck, really, because you haven't had much luck so far this season. I know it's been a bit frustrating that the results haven't come as you would have wanted and hoped.
No, for sure. It's been a challenging season, but I feel this year that we're actually in a better place than where we were last year. But the luck went our way last year, so yeah, it's never easy not to have the results that you want. But today we're looking to change that, we hope.
Change of teammate this weekend, but obviously Dan, a familiar face. What's he brought to the team?
Dan's just my old mate. I've known Dan for over 20 years. Yeah, we work really well together. It's great to have him back. Obviously I feel sorry for James that he hasn't been able to finish off the season, but he'll be back someday. James is a good driver, and yeah, me and Dan work well, and yeah, that's the British Touring Car Championship for you.
It is indeed. Good luck with this one. Let's go over to Paul. Oh no, don't think I'm going to Paul. No, forget that. I'm going to go back and talk to Aidan Moffat, I think. So where's Aidan? Yeah, I can dive in and underneath his brolly. Tyres going on the car. So can we dive in here? Would you mind? Thank you very much. Aidan, all calm and collected in here?
Yeah, something like that. I'll take your word for it. I'm not sure that's what I would say, but let's go for that, yeah.
How are you feeling? How's the car feeling, more importantly, I guess?
We struggle a little bit when it starts getting this warm. We can feel we lose a little bit of performance from the engine, which is something we've had all season. So if I could see people starting to put woolly hats on, I'd feel a little bit better, but it looks like everyone's enjoying the sun, so that's not good news. Yeah. But the setup feels good. We've struggled a little bit today, but made slight improvements each time, so fingers crossed with some little more tweaks for this one, we should be in a good spot.
And where do you think you're at in terms of comparative pace to the guys around you?
I think I'll find out soon. Yeah, I don't know. I think we've had good pace compared to a lot of them. I don't know what their new name is, but let's go for Adam. Adam and Robo have been really quick, so obviously Adam beside me on mediums, he'll be strong. I know what Ash done on the medium, the hards in the last race, he'll be looking around, so we'll just get our head down and see what we can do, and it will be what it will be.
Cool. Good stuff. yourself. Hope that goes well for you. Right now, we are going for a break. When we come back, our final touring car race of the day. So join us for that.
Yep, the final touring car race of the day coming your way. Hello, everybody. Josh Burge up here in the commentary box. No camera for this session. I will show you why. Because I am suited and booted, ready to go for the IndyCar race, which is on a quick off after this. So no camera. Also, I think it's got a bit nuts, the camera angles up here in the booth for some reason. And I'm not entirely sure why that's happened. It's like it's zoomed in a lot more. So, yeah, we're all getting set for what hopefully is going to be a good day. The final touring car race. I know, hello, Wesley, just waiting for NASCAR. Well, NASCAR looks like it's going to have a bit of wet weather, isn't it? So that's a disappointment coming through. I know Omi's listening and he's got his mic there. I don't know if he's on mute. I just want to know what happened in race 2. I know Dan Camish got victorious, but I don't know who's on reverse grid pole position just yet, which is bad for the commentator, isn't it? But it's been a very chaotic day. I'm just loading up my timing sheets now because IMSA started and we had loads of technological problems. So we missed the first 15 minutes of IMSA. Thankfully, Alexander Sims crashed and brought out the safety car. So we've been able to just jump back in time a little bit. Okay, so here's your grid then. Chris Smiley on pole, Adam Morgan second, Aidan Moffat third, Taylor Smith fourth, Patterson and Collard looking good. But the championship still being led at the moment by Ash Sutton by quite a commanding method. So I think going forward, we're in for a strong race and a strong mentality. So, yeah, I think as well, we've come off. It's been non-stop. We had a great race in Formula One. We had a great race 1, great race 2 by the signs of it from Omi, and then race 3 is going to be even more nuts. Then it's straight off to IndyCar, and then it's straight off to, from IndyCar to NASCAR. And NASCAR looks like it's going to be delayed. I don't know if New Hampshire's got lights or not. That might be something to work out. Either way, right now, it's time for the final race of the day. And we will hear quickly from Nikki Shields, who will introduce David Addison, and Tim Harvey, as we'll hear from the final thoughts before we get this race ready for lights out.
You join us live in Donington for the third and final race of the day. We are literally getting kicked off the grid, which means it is time for racing once again. Can Ash Sutton extend his lead at the top of the championship standings? Will Camish cement his position in P2? Or is Tom Ingram going to fight back? Let's go to our commentators and get their thoughts ahead of what is going to be a wonderful race here in Donington. David Addison, Tim Harvey, over to you.
Nikki Shields, thank you very much indeed. We're ready to go racing and more questions to pose. Could we have another Mercedes win? Adam Morgan starting on the front row of the grid, and the pace that car has shown could be another good race this for Adam Morgan himself.
Very much so. The reverse grid's been extremely kind to him, with the top 10 being reversed after his 9th place finish on the hards in race 2. Sets the situation up beautifully for him. He has the maximum amount of boost and he's on the front row again. So, yeah, when the momentum's going with you, it really does go with you, doesn't it? But the third race is traditionally a bit of a humdinger and a great opportunity for Smiley. He's not going to go down without a fight, I'm sure.
He's had, Chris Smiley, a 16th and a 10th today. Adam Morgan alongside him, a win and a 9th. And it could be the first time that he wins 2 races in the same day. In all that time that Adam has spent in the championship, he came in, remember, as a prize drive winner in 2012. Aidan Moffat lining up 3rd on the grid, an 11th and an 8th. And Aaron Taylor-Smith could be one to watch as well, 4th on the grid. He's had a 6th and a 7th out of the races today. Dexter Patterson, though, 5th, 7th and a 5th. He's got 6 laps of boost, but he's on the harder tyre.
Yeah, much more difficult. There's only 4 cars on the hard tyre, so they're dramatically outnumbered, and he's got reduced boost, as has Rowbottom behind him, and Dan Camish. So I'm not saying they can't, but they're going to be. It's going to find it tough to be contenders for the podium.
And we've got 2 weeks before Croft, so in other words, 2 weeks worth of repair time. We've heard that Dan Lloyd is missing from the grid. Sam Osborne is at the back and hoping to actually do a racing lap. Remember, he hasn't started either race today, so fingers crossed it's going to be a better end to the weekend than it has been thus far for Sam Osborne. Ash Sutton is starting 9th and Tom Ingram is starting 8th this time around. Tom's day, a 9th and a 3rd, and 2 second places for Ash Sutton. I think even he's a bit surprised with how race 2 went.
Well, I think the whole paddock is in shock at Ash Sutton's performance in race 2 on the hard tyre with only 2 laps of boost, one of which he left till the last. So he did the whole race bar that with only 1 lap of boost, and his pace was extraordinary. Ingram couldn't catch him, and he was quicker than race leader Camish on the mediums, even at the end. So I think that they're almost bowing and giving him the trophy now. But let's not.
Yep, they are rocking and rolling, and via the magic of television, I think we have managed to get access to a camera. I think this might work. Yeah, hello everybody. Well, this is a very unusual camera. You might start seeing it a bit more in future. It's the new camera position that we've got lined up for when me and Megan do pieces to camera. Right, row 1 is Chris Smiley alongside Adam Morgan on the front row. Row 2 is Aidan Moffat and Aaron Taylor Smith, both on the mediums. Row 3 is Dexter Patterson on the hards. Ricky Collard starts 6th on the grid. Then it's row 4, Daniel Rowbottom on hard. He's alongside Tom Ingram medium. Sutton is on medium. Then it's Camish on hard. De Jong and Rainford have medium. Shedden and Chilton on medium. Cook and Bensley row 8 on medium. Selby and Hamilton medium row 9. Doble Holstead are on row 10 of the grid, and they have medium and hard. Row 11, Dan Lloyd, he's not racing after his car caught fire, and Sam Osborne lines up in 22nd position. So that's how it looks up here in the commentary box. You can see all the secondary stuff that gets thrown around. I'm just going to see if I can adjust this monitor ever so nicely. Oh yes, there we go. There's a little bit of a regular view that you have up here in the commentary box. That'll do, won't it? Hello everybody, welcome up. I'm suited and booted because we've got the IndyCar race on just after this. Literally, so the main computer that's on the IndyCar, the map book is doing the touring cars with the TV pictures. So a bit of a hybrid system going on right now, and I hope I look okay, and I hope it's going okay as we pick up, ready to get going. Tensions are rising here as the grid begins to form in. I've got the information on the chart. Oh yeah, that looks fine, apart from the mess in that side of the commentary box. I think it'll do for just one race. Hey, I'm in 4K, I've just realised. You've never seen that type of camera. Oh God, I look hot and sweaty, don't I? This is the new camera position that you're going to be seeing me and Megan commentate on for a couple of races this year when our new setup comes in, because we're going to have the main Combox camera that you're used to, then we're going to have a secondary presentation one that we can sort of move around. JT's got it, but if I move it around the other way, you can see the garage we are fixing and sorting out, ready for the new commentary box setup that's coming in the next couple of weeks. Megan's going to be over there in that mess of the box. Behind me, I don't know if you ever noticed, it's all my stats notes and all that lot, so that's how it all comes up. Either way, though, ready to get going and ready for an interesting race. I'm aware I'm out of picture, don't worry. I'm just seeing if I can tidy up the shot a little bit, because I do enjoy clean shots on camera. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that'll do. So, we are gearing up. It's 14 laps ahead of us. Another good run down towards the first corner. And who's going to blink first? Smiley on pole. And then that's going to be alongside with Adam Morgan. Bringing further into it, Aidan Moffat now and Taylor Smith. So, my money for this race? Definitely on Adam Morgan. I think everybody's going to agree that their money for this race is on Adam Morgan. He's just got the most, I think, sensible approach across the whole championship at the moment. Whatever those Cataclean Racing Platos are, that's going to be interesting. NASCAR, by the way, I know Wesley's watching, waiting for it. NASCAR has been told that the race will start on wet weather tyres. So they are going to start that mess when it gets going. Right now, though, we have got a race to start, and this is getting set for the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. It will be round 21 of the season. To get ready, and Chris Smiley, his teammate not in the race after his car caught fire at the end of race number 2. You heard Omi talking about it with you up in the commentary box. I just wonder if I do that. That might work. Yeah, that makes it better. Look at that. Just correcting the flag positions. Are you ready? This is going to be a wild, wild event. Down to turn 1 will be something. Here comes the lights then. It'll be a 5-light procedure. And when they go out, we will be rocking and rolling. Round 21 of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. Lights out! Good start from Smiley. Better, better, better. Coming in from Ricky Collard. Collard's got a great getaway. He ducks to the outside line. Gets out of the way of Aaron Taylor-Smith, who forces Dexter Patterson to the inside line. It's Adam Morgan trying to go around the outside of Smiley. In towards turn 1 of Redgate. It's an okay start over the oil line. That's been dropped there all day. Down now once again through Hollywood into the Craner curves, and then the old hairpin's coming up. Can it be a better start? There's a bit of bollards being flicked up yet again. It's Smiley leading. Morgan's in P2. Moffat in P3. They are not letting that one go whatsoever. More bollards getting kicked up as that Mercedes of Adam Morgan does not know when to stop. Moffat's coming through into contention as well as they come up in towards Coppice once more. Okay, so clean start then from everybody. That's a better getaway than I was expecting, to be honest with you. I was expecting more drama. Driver tracker doesn't look like it started. So it looks like that's frozen, so we might just need a bit of a refresh there on said tracker. As side by side, Adam Morgan going for the lead of the race. It's around the outside line in towards the S's. Smiley's got that one covered as the bollards are still there on certain parts of the circuit. There we go with the information driver tracker back operational. Down we come again then, onto the brakes. Turns in. And it's still looking good for Smiley. Okay, so I was worried that Smiley might lose out actually on the start, but it looks like they're good and Restart Racing going for a win. Time penalty for the 32 for a false start. So Dan Rowbottom in the second Cataclean Mercedes, formerly the Plato Racing, he's now been given a false start time penalty. That's going to be affecting Pulse Race. Adam Morgan trying to go around the outside, as we heard from David Addison at the start of the show. Never has he won 2 races on the same day since he started his touring car career. That, you would think, is a bit unlikely, but hey-ho, you know, stranger things have happened in the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship, and Smiley's still ahead of Adam Morgan in every opportunity, in every try. He's still struggling, and now he's going around the outside past Starkey's Bridge. It's the inside line, and he's through! Adam Morgan takes the lead of the race in superior fashion. And now we've got Moffat looking to the inside line of Chris Smiley, and he takes him up at Coppice. And Smiley's now starting to drop like a stone because here comes Dexter Patterson to make another manoeuvre through. So Patterson goes through and takes it. He's side by side. It's the outside now coming down in towards the S's. It's the wrong part of the track to be on if it's an outside manoeuvre. Can he just keep it in? Yes, he can. It's a spectacular couple of corners, and that is a slow moving. Is that Tom Chilton again? Yes, it is. The second time today that Tom Chilton has had an issue. Oh, and Chris Smiley gets tapped by Patterson down on the Melbourne hairpin. And a little bit sent out wide. He just loses a couple of places. The top 2 now keeping contention. Robo dropping back. Holstead dropped back. Chilton to the back. Sutton getting forced out wide now. Smiley going through. And Ingram and Sutton are now battling together. What's rare we say that this year, isn't it? Usually they've been kept apart quite a lot coming into this season. So nice to see that they're pushing it together. As there we go, Ingram still on the inside line. Sutton sent it to the outside line. Now he's on Aaron Taylor-Smith. He's trying to go for the position. And now Sutton is side by side. And Smiley getting involved as well. Smiley touches the side of Ash Sutton coming down. They clip the curve coming in towards the old hairpin. Sutton dives to the inside line. Ingram knows he's there. The 2 championship antagonist touch. Ingram goes through the gravel. Sutton comes on. And here comes Smiley passing the both of them. So Sutton and Ingram make contact and losing out valuable places. Unbelievable stuff happening here in the touring cars. As now we see that is Ricky Collard battling hard with Ash Sutton. Ingram's lost in places. He's battling now with Josh Cook. He's let Gordon Shedden go back through. Dramatic couple of corners, and Collard's still out there. Collard's still out wide. Brilliant racing. Shedden now battling hard as well with Collard as they come down in towards the braking zone for the S's. De Jong up to 7th, Shedden into 8th position, Collard 9th, Ingles down to 10th. Oh, wrong time for a replay. There's a car off in the gravel. Who was that kicked up the dust? Was that Sutton? We need to know if that was Ash Sutton or not. There was somebody who kicked up the dust big time, and we need to take a look at that ASAP. Right, this is Ingram getting sent out wide, full opposite lock. And yeah, in my opinion, I'm blaming Ash Sutton for that one. So, don't know who was off through the gravel trap, but this is how they stand as we start lap 4:14. So, let's see the time. Oh, we should be good. So, Moffat, Morgan, Moffat, Patterson, Taylor Smith, Smiley, De Jong. They're all coming into it. I think I'm going to plop myself down so that the camera can always see me. That might be an option. Through they come then once again, trying to find in some opportunities for overtaking. Stunning race battle so far, as again, Ricky Collard gets sent out wide. Ash Sutton's coming in for a position change. Shedden's coming in to play with him on the party, and Shedden goes through past Sutton. Do not go gentle into that. Good night. They're not pushing him at all for any changes. This is race 3? Yes, it is race 3. This is the final race of the day for the touring cars, the final race all day. And that is Chris Smiley slow, coming out of Coppice, and through goes Collard, and I think Smiley's got a problem. Smiley's slow, and that's a disappointment. Our pole sitter looks to be out of the race. Something very wrong there, and he's pulled off down at the S's. And Josh Cook having no luck. He too loses out on 2 places. So even Cookie's having some issues. Oh, and a big lock up further down. Several others now trying to have the same mentality. Right, let's have a look. So this is Sutton getting forced out by Darryl De Jong. And Sutton gets forced onto the grass, and De Jong goes through. And so does Collard, and so does Shedden. So Sutton's dropped down to 8th place now on the overall delta. Well, that's a change up for the books. What a race. More battling now going on as Osborne goes through on his teammate Selby. Dan Camish won, of course, with that livery in race number 2. As, again, Osborne side by side with Selby, the two Ford Focus Titaniums really pushing each other to the max and losing out a place. So Selby stays ahead of that brilliant Valorline livery. There is Ash Sutton in the Napa livery. So he's running in still P8, Ingram still P9, but they're running roughly around about the same on the Delta. I can live with that. That's sort of acceptable in my book. It's just about good enough. Tremendous racing action so far then here for the QuikFit British Touring Car Championship. As we take a look again, Morgan. Oh, and off goes Collard. Sutton goes back through. England goes back through. Collard drops to 10th. Rainford gets pushed back. In one ear and out the other. It just doesn't seem to want to work, does it? There is constant changes. That 5 of 14. Almost looks like there's a safety car as they come down towards Goddard's. Very slow stuff. Right, let's have a replay. What's happened then? Collard over, gets caught on the gravel, and the gravel runs in wide off the track on the marbles and just goes straight on. It's so easy to do at that section of the track. Morgan by 4 seconds now. On course for his 2nd win of the day, 3rd race win of the season. Not many drivers have won 3 races this year, so it would be an honour for him to even just get up there and have that challenge. Morgan leading by a nice margin at the front here. Vallelunga, I think this is fantastic. Oh, there's Collard into the pits. Okay, air jacks up. Well, that's bad that his day will end there. He's got a puncture. Collard's got a puncture. Rear right puncture for Ricky Collard. So that explains why he's changed up slightly. As we continue on, we power on now through the chicane. A few more corners left to do. But a brilliant battle and a brilliant race going on right now. The whole weekend's been absolutely superb. They really have put on the effort here. And rightly so, because this has been a charming battle all week long. So, Morgan Moffat, Taylor Smith, Patterson still closing in. As hopefully going to be okay. Right, lap 7:14. Let's check in actually, shall we, with ITV and see what they're saying up here in the comms box.
It's Moffat. Patterson still doing a grand job in 4th place. 5th is Darrell DeLeon, and Gordon Shedden is 6th. There's another rather smoky car.
Puncture, someone there.
Going over the line further back with a bit of damage, as you see there. Gordon Shedden set off downhill. Running 6th is the Scotsman.
Someone had a puncture further back.
Camish, by the way, has fallen back as we expected. He's 14th, actually, nearly out of the points, which, given the performance of that man, Dexter Patterson, on the hard tyre, is slightly surprising.
And Camish being warned about track limits as well. Patterson is trying to fend off Darrell DeLeon here, looking at 4th and 5th. Hard tyre versus medium. DeLeon goes for the inside line. Dexter gives him room, knowing that BMW is quicker. And now maybe he's starting to struggle a bit more on the hard tyre, although Sutton was suggesting that the mediums were going off late race and the hard tyre gave him a load of grip. But Patterson is still within that leading group, which is great to see.
Yeah, well, he has, looking at the data now, he's used 4 of his turbo boost laps. He had 6 in total, so he's used 4 on the first 6 laps anyway. So
yeah, and I'm not really surprised about that, in all honesty. Of course, you're going to use more of the laps as you begin, because you need to. The car is so unstable in the early parts of the race. Hamilton on the inside line of Camish. Has over 15th place. Camish running in 16th overall. Just realised, using a lip mic, your teeth get all... Use a lip mic. I've used a lip mic now for nearly a year, and I'm still... The teeth. Every now and then, because you put it up to your lip and you hold so much pressure on it, your teeth get all funnied up. But I'd rather use a lip mic than a headset, but I'm going to have to use a headset for IndyCar later, so yeah. As we come into it, Morgan still having the advantage at the front of the field, and that's a thumbs up to me. 133.766. He's got the fast lap. Ash Sutton right now, by the way, 378 points. Tom Ingram, 279. Dan Camish, 273. There was 99 points to Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram in the championship with 3 weekends remaining. In my book, I think we all know where that's going. That means he's going to be champion going in to, what, the exit of Silverstone, maybe even before. So he has got a legitimate chance of the championship being wrapped up by the end of Silverstone. Just mathematical. It's absolutely insane what we're seeing here. If he continues on this form, mental. Alan Gow might need to redo the rule book as well, just to see what it's like. Still a few more power battles going on. Power Ballards is up the inside. That's Gordon Shedden trying to make a move on Dexter Patterson, and that's going to allow Ash Sutton to come back through for the party. And a little bit of a changeover at the front. They're still hammer and tonging it, and it is going to be Shedden followed by Sutton, then it's Patterson. So that's Shedden up into, I'd say, 6th position, but they're all together at the line. It's a bit of a kerfuffle. Patterson ahead of Shedden, ahead of Sutton is the official on the line, but that might change in a second. There's some debris right on the entry and towards Redgate at turn 1. So that's come off somebody's tyre. We saw a smoky car earlier on. Robo's in the pits and he's out of the race, it looks like. That is a bit of shame. As we continue turning in, Morgan from Moffat, Taylor Smith, DeLeon, Shedden, Sutton, Rainford, Patterson, Ingram, Cook, Doble, Selby, Osborne. As there's all sorts of mayhem and drama going on right now. But this, just inject it into my veins. It's such a wonderful, wonderful racing fraternity we've got going on right now here in the British Touring Car Championship. Right, hello to Warren. The GP circuit isn't as good as the National. I'd rather see a second race Silverstone GP circuit. I agree. As Cook goes to the inside line of Ingram. Now it swaps to the outside, coming down towards the S's. And neither driver wants to give way. Cook's going to go on the gravel. That kicks Ingram out wide. Ingram touches the exit grass. Cook goes through, though, so it made the move in the end. But no, I agree with you. I'd rather see, actually, Silverstone get 2 races, but one on the national circuit and one on the international circuit. I think that's a fantastic little mentality of 2-way rounds. Could actually work a lot better in my book. Hope you like the new camera position. It's being tested out now as a necessity, but in a few weeks' time, for presentation and some sessions, this will be what it looks like. But there's going to be a new background on order, as this banner is going to be moved over here, which is where our presentation area is. So we got a couple more camera angles that we can use for you in presentation areas. Meantime, all is well here in British Touring Car Championship. They said NASCAR, so there you go for me. Just waiting now. We're on a quick off, unfortunately, so as soon as the checker flag falls, we have to go off to catch up with the IndyCar race, because they're going green soon, so we have to catch up there and get everything set up. And then NASCAR not too far behind it, so it's a bit yin and yang to begin with here in the series. So, yeah, JT and Jack hopefully going to be on the call for that one. If not, we're going to take USM and their commentary for some of the race until JT gets back. But Morgan still battling at the lead at the front here. 1.3, what's it got? 5.223 at the moment. So there's enough momentum to carry it through. Only a few laps to go. No safety car in this race though so far. I know I've probably jinxed it now, but going well. Final warning coming through from race control for track limits at turn 4 and 10 for car 52 Gordon Shedden. So stop going off track, stop going off on mentality, and that might work out. Excellent race, excellent drama right now. Moffat, De Jong, still closing in. And De Leon as well. You know he's got the power. He's got a lot of metaphorical and real power coming into it. Like, he's not going to be shy to hold it at all. Morgan, still the leader. It's hard. JT will be back with us, though, hopefully at Croft, by the way. He's at Throxton today, comically enough. Thanks to Omi, by the way. I know Omi's listening. Big up, Omi. Oh, yeah, there you are. Big up. He helped massively today covering race 2 for us up here in the booth. As we had the music behind him, so there wasn't just dead noise. Hope you enjoyed that as well. National anthem going on right now in IndyCar. A lot of damage on Shedden's front there. A lot of bumping being happening. Hopping and a bumping, hopping and a jumping. Flash Gordon still on the attack. Still knows which way his bread's buttered, isn't he? He wants to be more involved in the touring cars. He can't handle retirement. I don't think any of them can. One way or another, they all come back. Thoughts to Jason Plato, who, with his statement earlier on today, forced out of his own team. Makes it sound one way, doesn't it? I'll have a feature on that when more comes out. You can check all the usual hotspots on Instagram for all the latest news. So, Sam Chats Motorsport, Nina's Racing Secrets, all of them to get out there and have the touring car package coming through. Meantime, we're on lap 12 of 14. Morgan leading Moffat, De Jong, top 3, and the race has quietened down dramatically coming into it right now. Megan's walking in thinking, what is happening? Well, we're having to use the laptop for touring cars, so there's a different camera angle coming in. But this is actually the camera angle, Megan, that we'll be having for... The camera will be a bit further back. I'm going to have to stop you talking, because here comes Gordon Shedden. Shedden going on the defensive against Ash Sutton. Sutton still coming in to try and have a little bit of an attack angle at the moment, and still going super duper strong right now out there on the circuit. So, I like it. I think it's a good opportunity and a good attack. There you go, Megan. I've moved some space for you, but I was just having to stand in your way coming into it. Sorry, what?
When's the green light?
17 minutes. So we're going to finish touring cars and go straight over to IndyCar. They've just had the announcement. You can stay because we're going straight away in a minute.
My necklace.
Well, you can pop your necklace. Leave all that here and you can pop your necklace and come back. I've got to concentrate on this. Hang on, sorry. Stay there a second. Oh, she's gone. Okay. She's gone. Can't hold her around. Okay, right. Still on the action. Shedden defending hard out here against Sutton. This is over 5th position, and they are not wanting to hold back at all. Mega racing action going on now. The KwikFit British Touring, and Ingram's up to 9th. Ingram's past Patterson. Okay. Positives. Positives. So, Morgan, Moffat, De Jong, Taylor Smith, Shedden, Sutton, Rainford, Cook, Ingram, Patterson. Top 10. Top 15 scored points, remember. And Adam Morgan's on for his 3rd win of the season. And his 2nd win of the day here at Donington Park at the Grand Prix. What a lovely day. Lovely, lovely day. As I'm already sweated through the shirt, and I've got 3 hours. I've got the rest of the night in this. I've gone through 3 different changes of clothes today because of different things we've been doing. It's been one of those days. I feel like I'm on a dress rehearsal. But IndyCar mandate's looking nice for this race. So there you go. I'll have to change. Still looking strong through the chicane. Flash. He's going to hold off, isn't he, for 5th place. Sutton's going to have to do a do-or-die manoeuvre. He's trying around the outside, down into the Melbourne hairpin. Can't find a way through. Every part of the track, every single part just wants to rotate together and push. We've now been told that we've got to go off air incredibly quickly, so I apologise to everybody watching. As soon as we're done here, we have to leave. This is the last race of the day, though, so that's all good. It's gone 6 o'clock, actually. They're going past the curfew for noise. And look at this, down to the inside line on the last lap of Redgate. Sutton switches sides on Shedden, goes to the inside line. He's got it down now through the Hale, down into Hollywood, through the crane of curves, in towards Old Hairpin, and he's got it. He's got it. Ash Sutton moves up into 5th place, gets ahead of Shedden, and that is a critical move done coming into this. Well, you don't see many of those anymore, but that was a brilliant switchback manoeuvre. The old 1-2 worked really, really well. And it's the old 1-3 coming in for Adam Morgan. Win race 1 and then win race 3. Bit of a weird switch around that he's going to have. But that is the way it has turned out to be. And that is going to be the most important factor of all. A 3rd win of the season. That Mercedes still is powerful. All the controversies of recent weeks still hang in the air, but it is no one's doubting Adam Morgan. 3 wins inside the last 5 races. He is an unstoppable machine. He'll take the checker flag shortly as Shedden defends against Rainford. Rainford's going to try and get the switch back. It hasn't worked out. Adam Morgan exits Goddard's and is a once, twice, 3 times a winner in 2026. Moffat 2nd, De Jong 3rd, Taylor Smith, Sutton, and Shedden and Rainford are side by side of the line. Who's going to get 6th? It's Rainford! Rainford by 38 thousandths of a second gets Shedden. Then it's Cook, Ingram, Patterson, Doble, Selby. Then it's Ryan Bensley, Osborne, Camish, Hamilton, Chilton, Holstead, Collard, Smiley, Rowbottom. Wow! Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So there's how they finish in the race. Let's confirm how they stand in the championship, leaving Donington Park. Ash Sutton on 380 points, Tom Ingram 279, and then it's Dan Camish 274 coming into it as well. Well, our apologies, we have to be off air so quickly tonight. That's because we've got to get over to IndyCar now. Thank you so much for your company this weekend. Thank you so much for all the action. My thanks to Omi as well. We'll see you next time out when the touring cars go racing at Croft in a few weeks' time. Bye-bye.